Morning, Rima.
Good morning.
I loved coming into work this morning and seeing your email.
I know, I'm trying to work on that 2:30.
That would be
Well, right now.
awesome. Yeah, work your magic.
I'm trying.
That's when you need,
Yes, thank you.
how many days?
Good morning, ladies.
Hi, Pravanshi.
Good morning. You have all three defendants here, so we're ready to go. So let us know what you need.
Cool, you rock. Thank you.
Mhm.
Good morning. Today is Wednesday, September 13th, 2023. My name is Judge Martin. This is courtroom number one. Our docket today is exclusively criminal matters. If you do not have a criminal case scheduled, you are likely in the wrong place. You may send a message to court staff and they'll help you get where you are supposed to be. Other than that, it appears that we are waiting for defense attorneys to appear. As soon as your attorneys arrive, we'll get you connected and get you moved into a breakout room before we call the cases. Speaking of which, here's an attorney. How are you this morning? Good, thank you. I do all that and leave what I need. Good morning, Attorney Jennings.
I'm sorry. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, prosecutor.
Good morning, Ms. Jennings.
Good morning, how are you, sir? Wonderful, good to have you back.
Morning. How are you? Good. 86771.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good morning, Heather.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Oliver, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am super, thank you.
That's good.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah.
You get all the last pages.
Is he here?
She just handed that and said.
Mr. Greenwood, did you need to speak to the prosecutor?
No, I don't.
Okay. When
Yes,
your client
please.
comes on, did you need to speak to him?
Not really, Your Honor.
Who is that in Division 1?
COSAB?
Thank you. Do we know who's representing her?
No, not at this moment.
So is anything ready to go?
No.
Oh, why would it be at 8:36?
Miss Jennings, did you need to speak to the prosecutor or your client?
No, I spoke to the prosecutor yesterday. She was very helpful. She contacted this court indicating I had been trying to reach my client since September 5th. I sent him an email, called him twice. I had my investigator go out to try to locate him, to no avail. So until now, I have never heard from him, never
He's in
found
custody.
what?
He's in custody with Wayne County Jail.
Oh, he is in custody. They had him
Mhm.
out on a bond. I wonder.
Nope. So did you need to speak to him?
Yes, I do.
Pravanti, can you switch? Miss Jennings is for Eddie Fletcher.
Fletcher. Mr. Fletcher's on camera.
Thank you. I'll move you into a breakout room.
Thank you, Pravanti.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right, this is your turn.
Morning, Mr. Fletcher.
Do we know if Hadley's here in person yet, Judge?
He is here. He just walked by my office.
Thank you. Can you yell at him to log on? Because he has one that's on Zoom,
Okay,
please. Thanks,
All right.
Rima.
no problem. And good morning, Ed.
Good morning. Is that Mr. Tiggs? Give me a thumbs up if that's you. Very good. Okay, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with your attorney.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Hadley.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm here.
We
I
need to
didn't
get
know
you
I
made
needed
a
to be logged
co-host
in.
so
I'm
you can
sorry.
get where you're supposed to be. Huh?
I've been here. I didn't know I was needed online. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Ms. Long is waiting for you in your meeting room, but somebody needs to make you co-host.
Is Marianne, are you at your desk?
No, she's sitting in here with me. She just went to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Heather.
Your Honor,
These are,
oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
no, Ms. Jennings, what do you need?
I need to speak to the prosecutor because we probably will have to get an adjournment since this is the first time I've met with my client so that I can discuss, the charges and the discovery with him. He is requesting a personal bond today, so I need to speak.
Well, Ms. Jennings, give me one moment. We'll get you in with Ms. Yafufi.
Fufi, thank you.
The other thing is, Judge, is he also has a misdemeanor.
I know. Thank
So
you,
he's gonna-
Heather.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. No, you're fine.
So Josh, you're gonna have to talk to him as well.
Okay, so nobody's talked to me yet. Oh, let me hit the mute.
Heather, I missed most of that. I'm sorry. Who am I speaking with?
Eddie Fletcher has a felony and a misdemeanor. Miss Jennings is his felony attorney.
Are they both being charged by the same prosecutor's office?
That, let me double check.
Same offense date?
No, it's not same offense date.
No.
It looks like one is, well, it says it's Rima, so I don't know what the relationship was.
No problem. Just making sure I wasn't pulling away cases that needed to be lumped together.
All right. So when you're ready for him, if you want to pull him and speak to him.
Sure.
Ms. Jennings, if you need to, would you please go in with Ms. Yafufi?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Anderson.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
I'm super. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Heather, I'm not sure who am I supposed to be meeting with in which of the Wayne County jail rooms? Room 9?
Heather's not here. Mr. Hadley, there is a Miss Long waiting for you in your MIDC waiting room. What Heather was talking to you about was Mr. Fletcher.
Yeah, I don't have anything
Who
named
has a
Fletcher. That's what. Is that the jail division 1?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Greenwood,
Yes,
were you expecting your client back out?
was a part,
Were you expecting Mr. Tiggs to come out of the breakout?
yes.
Were you ready for your case to be called, sir?
Yes, I am. But we don't have the prosecutor here yet.
I'm sorry?
We don't have the prosecutor here yet. I haven't seen him.
I'm here, Judge.
I know
Oh,
you are, sir.
there
That's
he
why I
is.
was asking, was he ready for the case to be called?
Yes.
Thank
There-
you.
Okay, yes.
This is 230597 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Matthew Tiggs. May I have your appearances, please?
Dominic DeGrazia, P69815 on behalf of the people.
And Henry O. Greenwood, P14349, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Tiggs.
Mr. Tiggs, state your name for me, please, sir.
Antonio T. Jr.
Thank you. Today's the day and time set for the PCC. Mr. Greenwood, how are we proceeding?
I will be asking for preliminary examination, Your Honor. I'm not sure how long it's going to be. Mr. Du-
Well, because this is a special prosecutor, we don't have to do it just on Wednesday. Mr. DeGrazia, could we possibly look at September 25th?
That day is fine for me, Judge.
Just a second, Your Honor. September 25th, that's on Monday. That's fine with me.
Do you have a time preference?
We just, is it possible, Judge, to do this at some point after 10 o'clock?
That's
11 or
something-
1, Mr. DeGrazia?
11 is fine.
I'm sorry,
11.
Mr. Greenwood, you were saying
11 is fine with me.
11 a.m. in person on September 25th. Mr. DeGrazia, how many witnesses do you anticipate?
I would say 4 or 5, Judge.
Mr. Greenwood, is discovery complete in this matter?
Almost, Your Honor. Few little things have to be taken,
Almost.
but the substance I have.
In-person preliminary examination on Monday, September 25th, 2023 at 11 a.m. in courtroom number 1 of the 34th District Court. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Judge.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Tiggs?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes this matter, Mr. Tiggs. I will see you on September 25th, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
They're not gonna log in, they're not gonna be able to log into Zoom.
At all.
Well, not on screen, but they can do phone, they're gonna do audio. So I wanted to let you know.
Okay, thank you. I saw your note. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'll let Heather know too.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, did you need to speak to? I was just about to ask her, Heather, did you need to speak to Ms. Kazab?
No, Judge, I've met with her.
Did you need to speak to the prosecutor?
If they're available, sure. If not, we can.
She's
Go.
in custody on the screen. The attorney is in with Ms. Yafufi. And so Heather's just trying to get people lined up of
It's
what's
fine.
ready.
I'm patient. You're all I have today, so I'm good.
Your
How
Honor,
did you work that, Ms. Anderson? Yes, sir.
I'm going to put Ms. Kazab on camera 3. I'm going to dial up right now. So that way we can keep Fletcher on camera 1.
Oh, thank you, Pravanchi. Are you pointing? Are you rushing me? Seriously rushing me?
No, I was pointing, I was like, letting you know, I'm going to be Fletcher, his attorney on the other matter. If you need Mr. Spooky right now, I might not be able to get
If they're able to get a resolution, I love how you said that. In the interim, we have. And here's Division 1, Camera 3 with Ms. Kazab coming on and Ms. Bates to get rid of our afternoon. We have 230598 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Nyla O'Neill Lewis.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, and we have defendant Ms. O'Neill Lewis, who will be standing to my right. Please state your name, record.
Thank you. Today is the date and time set for the pretrial in this matter. The court has been presented with Mr. Mohammed.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, for number 86771.
Thank you. The court has been presented with a signed plea agreement that indicates that Ms. O'Neill Lewis. Oh,
Dismissing.
I see.
That was that smile, Your Honor, the cat ate the canary. We got to where we should have been. I have that grin.
Thank you.
The right resolution, in my opinion, for this matter.
The court has received from the parties a signed agreement that the prosecutor's office is moving to dismiss both counts of this matter as the complainant does not wish to appear. I cannot imagine that the defense has any objection.
None whatsoever, Your Honor. As stated, we're happy that we got to this place.
Mr. Hadley, as you know, it is this court's procedure to read files in their entirety, and based on what was contained in the file, the court did have some concerns. And outside of this criminal case, I'm hoping that those concerns were addressed internally, if that makes sense to you.
It does.
Okay.
They have, in fact, and I have noticed of a crystal ball, but I do not think that this young lady is going to be back and out of the free.
Thank you. That being the case, the court has dismissed the matter. Bond in this matter had been a personal bond. Ms. O'Neill Lewis, good luck to you. Have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Hadley.
Absolutely. You're awesome.
Okay,
So I'm just trying to find out.
that makes sense. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Judge, and just to confirm, that was signed by Rima, right? That last dismissal?
It must have been. Mr. Mohammed, at 2 p.m., there's an exam scheduled for Mr. Thorns. The court is in receipt of a signed plea form. And his attorney and he are both on. Do you want to take a look at it? And I'll call the case if you can stand in for Ms. Yafufi for the plea to be taken. Is that good?
Yeah.
You have a question?
Would I just be standing in for prosecutor? Rima?
You just put your name on the record because they'll just presume that that's what you're doing. I kind of need it, but I just wanted to make sure you were okay with it. Thank you. This is Mr. Thorns, turn your video on and have your audio on. This is
Yes, ma'am.
230313FY. This is State of Michigan versus Patrick Thorns. Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of number 86771.
And good morning, Your Honor. Melanie Bates, P76080, appearing on behalf of Mr. Patrick Thorns, who is present by Zoom and has no objection to appearing by Zoom, Your Honor.
Mr. Thorns, state your name for me, please, sir.
Patrick Thorns.
Thank you. Ms. Bates, I'm not sure if you were able to hear Prosecutor Mohammed.
Your Honor, I did hear his name on the record. I spoke with Ms. Yafufi yesterday, and Mr. Thorns is prepared to tender a plea of guilty to the use of heroin, and she would dismiss the original 2 charges, the possession of heroin or controlled substance, and also the possession of marijuana.
Thank you. I do have that plea form. I just wanted to make sure that you could hear Mr. Mohammed because he's standing at council table here in the courtroom. But the court is in receipt of the plea form signed by Ms. Yafufi, indicating the same that you just placed on the record, Ms. Bates. Mr. Thorns, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Mr. Thorns, your case was actually scheduled for an in-person preliminary examination this afternoon at 2 p.m. But sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss your case with Ms. Bates, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation with Ms. Bates, is your intention this morning to plead guilty to the added count of use of a controlled substance being heroin pursuant to Michigan Compiled Law 333.7404?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on March the 12th, 2022, the Western Wayne Narcotics Division found you to be in use of a controlled substance, that being heroin?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Bates, would you like to inquire further of your client?
No, Your Honor, I'm satisfied with the factual basis.
Thank you. Mr. Mohammed, are the people satisfied?
We are, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Thorns, the court will accept your plea of guilty to the added count 2 of use of a controlled substance and dismiss the original counts, count 1, possession of narcotic or cocaine less than 25 grams, and count 2, possession of marijuana.
And Your Honor, I was going to ask for immediate sentencing and voir dire, allocute on behalf of Mr. Thorns, if the court would accept that.
Not at this time, Ms. Bates. Respectfully, the court has Mr. Thorns' criminal history and has some concerns about how best to proceed with him. So what the court would like to do is refer the matter to the probation department for interview and development of a sentence recommendation, unless there was some other agreement you had reached with Ms. Yafufi that's not contained in the body of the plea form.
No, we didn't have an agreement. I did advise her of what I was going to let the court know. And I let Mr. Thorns know that it was completely up to the court.
Thank you. Mr. Thorns, the court has heard Ms. Bates' request for immediate sentencing and will deny that request at this time because there is a criminal history in the file that dates back to 2008, and the court has some concerns about how to best proceed in this matter. So what will happen next is that the court is referring the matter to the probation department. They will contact you by phone and by email. There will be forms for you to complete. There will be an interview that's scheduled, and your probation agent, who will be Anthony Grant, will develop a sentence recommendation, schedule you to return to this courtroom for sentencing. Anything else, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Bates?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you. And Mr. Thorns, I'll
Thank
call
you.
you to explain.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Thorns. You're free to go.
Okay, bye, everyone.
Okay, we might need to get an update. Ms. Jennings and Ms. Yafufi are still in together, and I see that Ms. Anderson is back. Would you go see if what we're doing with, oh, Ms. Anderson, Mr. Mohammed's here in the courtroom.
For Fletcher.
This is Kuzab, K-O-Z-U-B. This is at 9 o'clock.
That's a trials prosecutor.
Hmm.
I believe that's a trials prosecutor. I think it has to do with homicide. Was that Alicia Marie?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. ALS Asphalt. Thank you. This is 3S4255629ST. This is State of Michigan versus ALS Asphalt. Your appearance.
Attorney John Camilleri on behalf of ALS Asphalt.
Thank you, Mr. Camilleri. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. The court is in receipt of a plea form that indicates that this matter is being dismissed.
That is my understanding.
Can't imagine that you would have any objection.
No objection, Judge. Not
Anything,
today.
anything else this morning, Mr. Camilleri?
No, and thank you very much, Judge.
No worries. The case is hereby dismissed.
Thank you.
And the other one is the paper citation is 3S4249948SI, State of Michigan versus Allen Albig.
Attorney John Camilleri on behalf of Alan Albert.
Mr. Camilleri, this case was also scheduled for pre-hearing this morning. The court is in receipt of a signed plea form indicating that the people have moved to dismiss this matter. Again, can't imagine that you have any objection.
No objection, Judge.
This case is hereby dismissed, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else this morning? Oh, yep, Freeport.
Freeport, Your Honor.
I don't have that.
Oh,
Did you speak to Ms. Yafufi about
Yeah.
that or someone?
you know, Your Honor, I believe the prosecutor said that I wouldn't have to appear, that I believe she said at the end of your session, you'll just note it or send the paperwork to the clerk. or-
I'll note it as what?
Well, good point. Your Honor.
Because it's a paper, it's just the ticket,
Yeah.
so I don't have anything.
Okay.
So if you
Oh, I
talk to
see.
her, what did you do?
Pardon me?
You talked to her about Freeport?
Yes,
What did you decide?
$300. We're gonna owe the court in 30 days.
3S4231515SI. This is State of Michigan versus Freeport Aggregate. Mr. Camilleri, you've indicated the misload is $300 in 30 days,
That's right.
and you have your client's full authority to enter a plea in that amount with that time frame to pay.
And I do, Judge.
When the file comes, the pre-hearing ticket comes back in, I'll send it downstairs to the clerks that indicates that there's a $300 fine on this misload that your client will pay within 30 days. Anything else?
No, Judge, thank you very much.
Have a good day, sir.
See you, Your Honor.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, for the COSA, please, I'll set the exam date.
Thank you. 230669 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Alicia Kozub.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P number 86771.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Lauren Anderson, P 85191.
Ma'am, state your name for me, please.
Morning, my name is Alicia Kozub.
Thank you, Ms. Kozub. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Ms. Anderson, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I would like to go ahead and set a preliminary exam. I don't have the digital discovery. I have gone through the paper discovery, and it's clear that Ms. Kozub did make a statement, and there should be some extra body cam that I don't have. I would like to get that, but I also would like to start an exam.
That live exam date will be October the 18th at 2:30 p.m. here in courtroom number 1. Ms. Anderson, I made the notation that digital discovery is outstanding. Mr. Mohammed is noting his files. So someone from that office should be getting that information to you.
And Judge, could we also, could I get a DSU report done on Ms. Kozub?
Has you had any conversation with the prosecutor's office regarding a bond reduction?
I have not.
Okay. Ms. Anderson, I've made the notation in the file that you are requesting that DSU referral. Anything else, Ms. Anderson?
Not at this time, Judge. No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kozub. I will see you here on October 18th
Okay.
at 2:30 p.m. In the interim, the matter will be referred to pretrial services for a review of your bond and its conditions. That concludes this matter. Thank you, Pravachi.
Thank you, Your
Thank
Honor.
you, Judge.
Oh, wait,
On 18th. No, I think because you have the Davis seal too.
hold on, I'm sorry.
But, to be
I'm sorry, Ms. Anderson. Hold on one second.
October 25th.
October 25th at 1, there's, yeah. October 25th at 1 p.m. is the exam date for Kozub.
Judge, I'm gonna bring the victims in because they were waiting to speak to Rima on that case. So we can let them know.
You want to bring them? Thank you, Heather. Mr. Kozub, this matter was just scheduled for exam on Wednesday, October the 25th at 1 p.m. here in courtroom number 1 at the 34th District Court. The court clerk had just advised that you were waiting to speak to the prosecutor.
Huh? Did you hear her?
No.
And I just had, I'm sorry, I just had to turn up the volume for him.
I was indicating that this matter is scheduled for an exam on October 25th at 1 p.m. here in courtroom number 1 at the 34th District Court. The court clerk just advised that Mr. Kozub was waiting to speak to the prosecutor. Did you need to speak to the prosecutor, Mr. Kozub?
Yeah.
Well, you know what, Heather, let's get him moved in with Miss Oliver. That might be a better connection.
We hear you now. He said yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Anything else, Miss Anderson?
Not on my end, Judge, but I can hang around if conversations need to happen with prosecutors. I can hang around. But not on my
Okay.
end.
Thank you. Let's get them moved in together. Mr. Kozub, you'll see an invitation to go into a meeting room with the victim advocate from Wayne County. Please go there and speak with her.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, are we all set with the defendant or you want us to stick around?
Judge, I think
Pavachi, if you could stick around for just a little bit, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry
No,
to
no,
tie you up.
we're good.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Judge Martin.
What are you here for?
Right now, I have a PCC for Demarius Tubbs, who is appearing by Zoom this morning, and I have a number of other things today. I do also have a PCC for someone in Wayne County Jail, Timothy Modoc. I'm not sure if they brought him yet.
He is standing by camera 1, Your Honor. Do you want him on camera?
Thank you. Well, first, Mr. Martin, I thought I saw Mr. Tubbs.
Yes, Heather told me that he had
Oh,
appeared by
he
Zoom.
is here. He's just. Do you need to speak to Ms. Yafufi about this, Mr. Martin?
Not about Mr. Tubbs's case. We're ready to set that one for
Okay.
example.
Okay. I want to get Ms. Yafufi out because we have Mr. Fletcher whose cases need to be called before I have this switching around of Ms. Kazab for Mr. Modoc. And now we have this other federal case.
Your Honor, nothing.
Yeah.
Your Honor, if we could go into a breakout room, I could tell my client the offer his attorney for.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, to interrupt you. If I could go into a breakout room, I could explain the offer to Mr. Fletcher, and we can resolve this, try to get this matter resolved today.
Absolutely, but Ms. Jennings, if you need to move around, you could send a chat to Heather or Mary Ann. They can get you there. But we'll do that right now. Mr. Fletcher will go back to room number 9, and Ms. Jennings will get you into room number 9.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, I'll send a chat.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning. How are you? Wonderful, thank you. Mr. Fletcher? There should be something on your screen. Oh, Pravachi's coming to help you. He'll get you into room number 9. Sorry, Pravachi.
No,
He'll
you're
get you
good,
into
ma'am.
the room
Thank
to
you.
speak to your attorney, room number 9. I'm sorry, Mr. Martin, did you say that Tubbs was just being set for? That you were ready
Yes,
with Tubbs?
we're
I'm
ready to
sorry.
set.
Okay.
Yes,
This
we're
is-
ready to set Mr. Tubbs.
This is
Case for example.
230667 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Demarius Tubbs.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P number 86771.
And good morning, Judge Martin. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, P 84592, appearing on behalf of Mr. Demarius Tubbs, who appears by Zoom. Mr. Tubbs, please state your full name for the record.
Demarius Tubbs.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Martin has indicated that this matter is ready for the exam to be scheduled. Mr. Martin, before we schedule the exam, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency. Knowing that, sir, are you prepared to have this exam scheduled, or do you need to speak to your client?
I am prepared to have this exam scheduled. I don't doubt your honor's impartiality.
Thank you. Is discovery complete, Mr. Martin?
Yes, we have digital and paper.
Thank you. That live exam date will be October 25th at 1:30 p.m. That's here, live in person, Mr. Tubbs, in courtroom number 1 at the 34th District Court. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Martin, on behalf of Mr. Tubbs?
Nothing. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Tubbs, I will see you here in courtroom number 1 at 34th District Court on October 25th at 1:30 p.m. Court staff will mail you notice. Have a good day, sir.
You too. Thank you.
And I'll speak with you before then,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Tubbs.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know if Wayne County Jail is ready to put Modoc on.
Mr. Martin, I heard you, but give me 1 second because Ms. Kazab's matter has been already called and scheduled, and
That's right. Very
we
well.
might be
Take
making
your
some
time.
progress on that. Thank you.
Josh is gonna do Zoom, then he's gonna run in here and do.
Okay. Oh, Mary Ann, would you give me that Kazab, please? Thank you. This is 230578 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Ruth Long. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Ruth Long, who's appearing via Zoom with the court's permission. Ms. Long, please state your name.
Ruth Long.
Thank you. Your Honor, we've asked for the matter to be set for a final pretrial with the complainant to appear. There is an alleged property damage in this case, and we have no dollar amount as it relates to the said property damage.
Thank you. Final pretrial on this matter will be scheduled for September 20th at 8:45 a.m. That's live in courtroom number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley, complainant to appear.
Your Honor, Ms. Long and I'm sorry, I didn't know you're still, I apologize. Is there any other dates that would not be in person that we have forward looking for Ms. Long? That's been kind of an ongoing issue, is getting her to court because she doesn't have transportation.
Mr. Hadley, you are aware that you may contact Judge Oakley's office and ask for a virtual appearance.
Very good, Your Honor. We will do
I understand the
exactly that.
transportation issue. Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor, thank you very much. Ms. Long will be in touch. Have a good day.
Thanks for being.
Uh.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Your Honor, I may have just jumped myself. in line.
No, you're fine. It's just Mr. Mohammed's gone and Ms. Yafufi's not available. So as soon as one of them, I have your, oh, then never mind. 23BL00762 A and B, these are State of Michigan versus Madison Jasper. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Adley, on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Madison Jasper, who stands to my right. Please state your name.
Thank you. Today is the, today is the day and time set for the arraignment pretrial and the pre-hearings in these matters. The court has received from the prosecutor's office a signed plea form that all counts as to Ms. Jasper are to be dismissed. Mr. Hadley has signed off on that. Ma'am, you have no objection to these matters being dismissed, correct? You have to say it a little louder. Thank you. The cases are hereby dismissed. Ms. Jasper, before you leave this building, you need to stop downstairs. You owe the court $620 on some other unrelated matters. Okay? Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day, ma'am. You have a update for Kazab
What was needed for? I
or
thought-
Fletcher?
Oh, Fletcher, yeah, I'm ready to go.
Oh, no. She's not back out yet. A Kazab update because Ms. Anderson, Ms. Kazab, Mr. Kazab are here back on the screen with Ms. Oliver. Is there some update, Ms. Oliver?
Yes, so Rima and I spoke with the complaining witness, and we're gonna go ahead and move forward with the exam date. There was some concerns about the charges, but we'll address those during the exam.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This was 230669 FY. The exam date has been set as October 25th at 1 PM here in courtroom number 1. Ms. Anderson had requested a referral to DSU for a bond review. Court staff will effectuate that. If there's nothing else, Ms. Anderson?
Nope, nothing on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Pravachi. We're done with Ms. Kazab.
Did you hear? All set with Ms. Bennett, Your Honor?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said, Your Honor. I was with another defendant.
I'm sorry, Ms. Pravachi. I was saying we're done with Ms. Kazab. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'm gonna put Mr. Modoc on this camera.
I was just gonna ask for that. Thank you, sir.
Modoc. Morning, Your Honor. This is defendant Mr. Modoc.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Modoc, you're good. We're waiting for Mr. Martin to, I believe he's in another courthouse, but when he's available, I'll get your case called, sir. outlet.
Yeah,
I think it's underneath
yeah, look, I didn't.
on the floor. I thought it might be covered by a small carpet square.
No, it's empty.
No,
It's okay, I'll just.
there's not an outlet right there.
No. Weird.
Are they talking over by their desks? Judge?
Yes,
Isn't there that little push button right by their microphone?
by the
There's a-
microphone.
There's a push button and I think
Yeah,
it like,
I found it.
it jumps up.
That's Mr. Mohammed.
Sorry about that. Thank
No,
you.
I was like, there has to be some plug over there. Thanks, Heather.
Yeah. Josh, did you see my tech or my chat? When you have a minute, please.
Oh, about Mr. Thank you.
Your Honor, I have Mr. Reese on camera 4.
Mr. Reese, thank you.
Mr. Reese, what is your first name, please?
Carlton.
Carlton, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm not finding him in our system. How do you spell his name, Pravanchi?
Mr. Reese?
Yeah.
Mr. Reese,
Actually, I
would you
stand
spell your
corrected.
name for the court clerk, please, sir?
Your Honor, he's a mistake. He's now supposed to be in Judge Johnson and Inkster.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we ready, Ms. Jennings?
Yes, Your Honor, I was gonna send a check. Thank you.
As soon as, no, I appreciate that. As soon as your client pops out of the meeting room. These are 230561 SM and 230660 FY. These are both State of Michigan versus Eddie Fletcher.
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P number 86771.
Good morning, Your Honor. Madeline Jennings appearing on behalf of Eddie Fletcher, P 44692.
Mr. Fletcher, state your name for me, sir.
Eddie Fletcher.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in the 0660 FY case. Ms. Jennings, how are we proceeding?
I have talked extensively to my client, Your Honor. He wishes to avail himself of the offer of the prosecutor.
The offer of?
Oh, the offer of on the 2300660 FY. The attempt, resist and obstruct, the misdemeanor, and reduction from the felony to the misdemeanor, resist and obstruct, and also to dismiss the entering without breaking, and also to plead guilty to the domestic violence, and they agreed to have that under 769.48.
Thank you. Mr. Fletcher, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, or nothing, and nothing but the truth? You're muted, sir. I know, it's okay.
Yep.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. The answer is yes. Ms. Jennings, the court has received from the prosecutor plea forms for both files in 230561. Mr. Fletcher, is it your understanding that you will be pleading guilty as charged to the sole count domestic violence?
Yes.
And sir, do you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Wait, can you repeat that?
I said, you understand that you will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yep.
Yes?
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty, sir, because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on July the 25th, 2023, the City of Romulus Police Department found, July 25th, 2023, in the City of Romulus, you committed the act of domestic violence against one Deanna Monique Fletcher?
Yes.
Ms. Jennings, would you like to inquire further of your client?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Mohammed, are the people satisfied?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Fletcher, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the domestic violence misdemeanor, state misdemeanor file. As indicated on the plea form, this plea is being taken pursuant to MCL 769.4A. And in this case, sir, you'll be placed on 12 months of probation. You will complete anger management. You have to have no contact with the complainant. No contact, sir, means no contact, no direct contact, no contact with third parties, no contact through social media. Should the court find that you made efforts to be in contact or communication with Ms. Fletcher, it could be viewed as a violation of the terms of your sentence in this matter. The conviction could enter and you could suffer all penalties associated with failure to comply. The court will impose a fine of $500, cost of $200, $75 mandatory crime victim fee, $50 warrant fee, $50 state cost, and $20 fund fee. And as for the felony matter, 230660. Mr. Fletcher, the court is in receipt of a signed plea form from the prosecutor that indicates that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty to the added count 3 of attempt to resist, obstruct a law enforcement officer, and that count 1 and count 2 would be dismissed. Was that your understanding as well, sir?
That it'll be reduced to a felony, to a misdemeanor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
yes,
And same term, sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
yes,
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
yes,
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
yes,
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
no,
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
yeah,
Sir, is it true that on August the 28th, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you attempted to assault, batter, resist, or obstruct a law enforcement officer that you knew or had reason to know was performing his lawful duties?
yes,
Satisfied, Mr. Muhammad? Satisfied, Ms. Jennings?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Fletcher, the court will accept your plea of guilty to count 3, attempt to resist, obstruct, and dismiss counts 1 and 2. Count 1 being assaulting, resisting, obstructing a police officer, and count 2 being breaking or entering illegal entry without permission. Ms. Jennings, was there anything you'd like to say beyond what's contained on the plea form, which is that Mr. Fletcher will engage in drug treatment, have no contact with the complainant?
No, Your Honor, I'm just asking, well, that's gonna be later for a personal.
Just asking for what, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's being sentenced today on this as well, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry about that.
No, it's background noise from the jail. It's fine. I just couldn't hear you. Mr. Fletcher, the court will give a similar disposition in this matter, place you on 12 months of probation. You are to complete a drug assessment and follow any treatment ordered by that particular, pursuant to that particular assessment. You are to have no contact with the complainants, that being Jared Bundy and Deanna Fletcher. Again, no contact means no contact. Sir, the court will impose in this matter, again, fine of $500, cost of $200, $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. So the probation department will be in contact or communication with you to formally place you on probation in both of these matters with this court. Anything else, Mr. Mohammed? Anything else, Ms. Jennings?
Just briefly, Your Honor, I know my client now is going to be released because he had immediate sentence, meaning the court said, hey, Mr. Fletcher, I just need to know the number for the probation officer. So in case he gets out, and I'll have it just in case he needs it again.
Ma'am, every time you turn your head, I lose you because of the background noise. You were saying you needed the phone number for what?
The probation office, so when he gets out, I contact him, I at least have a number for him to call the probation office. Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. Fletcher, did you speak to court staff and they confirmed your phone number? Hold on, sir.
oh yeah, I have like 2 phone numbers on file.
Okay, Ms. Jennings, the probation department reaches out to him.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pravanchi. We're done with Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Martin, were we ready with Mr. Modoc? I'll take that as a no. So we have 23RP 04300 ST. This is State of Michigan versus Jessica White. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, from Texas, Jessica White, State of Illinois. Please state your name.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. The court is in receipt of a signed plea agreement that indicates that Ms. White will be pleading responsible to double parking, pay a fine of $180, and the reckless driving misdemeanor would be dismissed. Is that your understanding, Ms. White?
Yes.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Hadley. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, it's your desire this morning to plead responsible to the added count of double parking.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to call witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible.
I haven't been threatened, sorry.
Ma'am, is it true that on August 13, 2023, in the city of Romulus, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mohammed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of of responsible to double parking and dismiss the reckless driving. As indicated on the plea form, a fine of $180 is imposed in this matter. Do you need more than 5 days to pay?
Yes, please.
We ran through her payment options, Your Honor. She's gonna be paid later today. Explain to her how to reach out to the court, make contact, so the payment.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
Not all, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good luck to you, Ms. White. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. What, Mr. Lockridge?
Yes, the audio is working, but it's just super faint, like in volume. So when we bring him in,
I'll ask you the questions.
yes.
Okay.
'cause It's just in my computer, I can lean in and hear it, but I'm not sure how it will play out.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
It does.
Oh. Modoc?
Camera 3, Your Honor.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Martin, what are we doing with Mr. Modoc?
Yes, I'd like to argue his bond, and that one is ready to set for exam.
Modoc at 9 a.m. Timothy Modoc. I see you, Mr. Modoc. What do you need, sir?
I was asking, would I get a chance to talk to my attorney one-on-one first?
If I'm able to have a breakout room with him before we go on the record, that would be great.
Oh, let's get you into a breakout room.
Thank you.
We'll see where nobody is. We'll put you in number 10.
Great.
Sorry, I already moved him.
You already moved him to 9. No worries.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Judge, do you know what the bond is for the MoDOC, please?
It's 10,000 cash.
Is he on tether or anything?
Yes, house arrest. It's a weekend arraignment. Oh. Mr. Martin, are you ready for Mr. MoDOC?
We are.
This is 230668 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Timothy MoDOC. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P number 86771.
And good morning, Judge Martin, Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, P84592, appearing on behalf of Mr. Timothy MoDOC. Mr. MoDOC, state your full name.
Timothy MoDOC.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Martin, how are we proceeding?
Regarding the PCC, we are ready to set this case for exam. I have full discovery.
That live exam date will be October 25th at 1:30. That's here in courtroom number 1. 2 p.m. Sorry, Mr. Martin. 2 p.m. on
2
October
p.m.
25th. 2 p.m. Correct, sir. Here in
Yes.
courtroom number 1 at the 34th District Court. Notices will be mailed out to the parties. Mr. Martin, you indicated that you wanted to be heard on bond in this matter.
Yes, I would like to address Mr. MoDOC's bond, which is currently set at an amount that he cannot afford. He could afford to post about a $500 bond, so maybe a $5,000 10% bond, and that is what we are requesting today. I'm primarily concerned about Mr. MoDOC's health in the jail. He is a diabetic, and he's not receiving the same type of insulin in jail that he has a supply of at home, causing his blood sugar to spike. He indicated that this morning his blood sugar was at 430. He's developing boils on his legs. He can barely walk. He's in a substantial amount of pain. And there's other medications, including anxiety, depression medications that he takes out of custody that he has not been able to have access to in the jail. So for one, I'm concerned about Mr. MoDOC's health and well-being inside the jail. And in terms of what his life would be like if released on that $5,000 10% bond, he has a home here in Romulus on Niagara Street that he would return to. He also has his mother nearby, and he can stay with her or receive support from her. He's working. He works at a temp agency, and he also volunteers for a nonprofit that's called Mental Illness Matters. And he's connected with a doctor. He sees a doctor in Southfield who he'd be able to return to as soon as he's out. So and finally, just the charges here don't support holding him on bond. He's alleged to have possessed a very small amount of crack cocaine and to have possessed but not used a couple credit cards that had other people's names on them. I just don't see that as I don't see him as someone posing a threat to public safety or being a flight risk. He has no failure to appear history, and he's indicated to me that he would absolutely show up at his next hearing. So I'm asking for a $5,000 10% bond with no GPS tether, particularly due to his health issues, the swelling and boils that he's getting on his legs. I'm concerned. Thank you.
Mr. Mohammed.
Your Honor, the people would object to any modification as to bond. We would actually request to increase bond another $10,000. The public should be fearing from this defendant as he has harmed 4 different victims. He's was in possession of a credit card of one victim, debit card of another, a cash app of another, and a MasterCard of another. He does pose a risk and harm to the public. As far as his current case, there is 4 counts. He does have a history of committing felonies. He was convicted of over 3 or more felonies, including resisting and obstructing a police officer. So as for the boils on his legs, the people wouldn't object to marking this as his file as medical or object to anything in regards to his medical treatment, but we do object as regards to modification of the bond.
You do not object to medical.
No, we do, no, is marking his file as medical, we do not object.
Okay. Thank you. Mr.
Your Honor,
Martin.
if I could very quickly respond to one thing that Prosecutor Mohammed said, which is that there are 4 victims in possession of 4 debit cards. In fact, the police report indicates that the investigator followed up with the owners of a couple of those cards who said that Mr. Modoc did in fact have permission to have those cards. So it's not all that it seems. And there's never an allegation that Mr. Modoc used those cards or was this was a traffic stop and a small amount of drugs were found, alleged drugs were found. So I just really don't see his bond appropriate right now. And I definitely don't think that an increase in bond is justified.
Thank you. Mr. Mohammed.
Yes, Your Honor. There's 4 different credit cards, not in the name of the defendant. He does have a history of fraud from what I briefly read, and he does have an extensive criminal history. This is a person who's committed multiple crimes and been convicted of felonies of 3 or more. This isn't a first-time offense or a second time. So for those reasons, we object to any modification of bond, and we will not object in regards to marking this file as medical. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Martin?
I think I've said everything I needed to say, Judge.
Thank you. The court will grant your request to modify in part, Mr. Martin. The court will reduce the bond to 5,000, 10%. The court will leave the GPS location in GPS tether requirement in place. The court does have some concerns about public safety given the previous offenses that are noted in the 4th offender notification. Mr. Martin, if your client needs to be reviewed by the medical staff, at the Wayne County Jail, the court will make that notation. If there's something other specifically in terms of the medication he's receiving or not receiving, that's something that the jail staff is able to evaluate. Other than that, we will see him on October 25th at 2 p.m. for his in-person preliminary examination. Mr. Mohammed, is there anything else in this matter?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Martin, anything else as it relates to Mr. Modoc?
Nothing, Judge. Thank you for the bond
Thank
reduction.
you, sir. Good luck to you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. All the best to you and your staff.
You too. Good to see you as always.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anything else? Oh, Mr. Martin, you're here.
I am here. I was just on Zoom for one of my clients who was zoomed in and then the Wayne County Jail. So I've got some other cases. I'll be right in.
Thank you. Mr. Mohammed, where are you when you aren't here?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said, where are you when you are not here?
So they kind of bounce me around from court to court. One day Romulus, like today, another 36, another Wyandotte. There's like 10 of them. They just move me around. So I'm new. I just started. So I think they're kind of just exposing me to everywhere. I'd like to be here or somewhere specific. You know? I feel like I'm in a band. One day in a different city, you know. But yeah.
I thought I saw you, but then I thought you were gone because one time you came on on the screen and I didn't recognize the backdrop, but I just saw that picture behind you.
That room looks mighty familiar. Or, good. This is Miss Riggs. Her case is being no cross today.
Good morning, Ms. Riggs.
Morning, Your Honor.
This is 230238FY. This is State of Michigan versus Ashley Riggs. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P number 86771.
And good morning, Judge Martin. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, P 84592. Hearing on behalf of Ms. Ashley Riggs, stand to my left. State your full name.
Ashley Lee Riggs.
Thank you. Today was the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. The court has received a signed agreement from the parties indicating that this matter will be nolly pros for insufficient evidence. Can't imagine that you have any objection, Mr. Martin.
Absolutely not, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Riggs, this matter is hereby nolly pros, which is essentially a dismissal without prejudice. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Martin?
Nothing, Judge.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Ms. Riggs, good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
You're so welcome.
Flavor of the day.
I'll take it. Oh. 777-9311.
I was like, I think the court's calling me. I've got like 3 missed phone calls. I'm like, I think it's in this building.
It's coming from inside the house.
Coming from inside the house.
Sweetie, Mr. Lockridge is still in with you. I'm trying to get him back out.
What do you
Heather's
do?
trying to get him back. No, don't you? No. Mr. Lockridge,
Yes, ma'am.
this is 195162 SD. This is State of Michigan versus Devin Lockridge. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Devin Lockridge, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Lockridge, please state your name.
Devin Lockridge.
Thank you. Today was the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. The court is in receipt of a signed agreement from the parties indicating that this matter will be nolly pros as no discovery exists. Mr. Hadley, cannot imagine that you have any objection to this development.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Lockridge, your matter with the 34th District Court is hereby dismissed as relates to this file with the offense date of June 9th, 2019. Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lockridge, that concludes your matter for the day. You're free to go. You have a wonderful day, sir.
You too, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Special speedy trial.
Yes, Jonathan Riley. It's a 945 case. Thank you, sir. The once-a-year survey. Yeah, I've answered the questions on there.
And more work.
I'm sorry.
I'll try to find more work.
Do I hang up or do I stay online?
You know, we already disposed of the 2 o'clock. Thorns? Okay. Not yet. 2:30 is conversation that hasn't happened yet. I'll be right back, Mary Ann.
Bo? Yeah, you're free.
When the judge is back, can we do Mr. Scott's case next?
I know, not good.
Thank you. Yep. Yep. Thank you.
Sorry, Vic. Okay.
220332 FD, State of Michigan versus Gary Scott. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P number 86771.
Good morning, Judge Martin. Good morning to your staff. Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, P 84592. Hearing on behalf of Mr. Gary Scott, who sits to my right. State your full name. Gary Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Mr. Martin, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, this is an OWI third case. I would like to submit it to Mr. Bresnahan of the prosecutor's office for a possible reduction. So I would request that we schedule another PCC in this matter while that plays out.
I've lost track of how long that takes. Mr. Martin, what adjournment would you propose or suggest?
2 to 3 weeks. If I could look at my calendar, I can tell you when I'm going to be back here. Time, though. Well, I'm definitely back on October 4th with Judge Green, so maybe we can do that.
October 4th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. That's in number 3 with Judge Green by Zoom. The indication in the file, Mr. Martin, is that you were submitting a request for reduction to Mr. Bresnahan.
Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people. We're okay. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Martin?
There are some other things I'd like to address about Mr. Scott's case. One, he is on a GPS tether. And in addition to being on that tether, it has a house arrest provision. So at a minimum, I don't see house arrest being appropriate for Mr. Scott, an Army veteran who lives with his wife, who has prostate cancer, as well as a number of medical issues that he attends the Ann Arbor VA for treatment. Right now, doesn't even feel comfortable leaving the house based on what the tether agents told him. So I would ask that, and he is limited mobility.
You can stop. Anything else, Mr. Mohammed?
The only thing is it is a third offense with multiple OWIs. So just as far as, not getting behind the wheel while intoxicated, if there's some kind of tether for that. But other than that, we'll leave it to your discretion, Judge.
Mr. Martin, the court will, implicit in your comments was a request to at least move the GPS tether. The court will remove the tether.
Thank you.
And Mr. Scott, it appears that your arraignment was done over the weekend, which means that this court, you have not seen a judge in this court. So let's make it clear, sir. Condition of your bond is that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages. None, until this matter is resolved or until further order of the court. The court is ordering that your GPS tether be removed. It was not part of the original bond recommendation from the Public Safety Department. You are to return here by Zoom on October 4th at 9:30 a.m. with Judge Green. Is there anything else in this case, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Martin?
Judge, one final thing, and I appreciate your patience here. Mr. Scott, and it's in fact Mr. Scott's wife, her car was involved in the traffic stop in this case, and they've been informed the license plate was taken, and this was almost 2 years ago, and they've been unable to get the plate back, and they've been informed by Secretary of State that the court has a hold on the plate. I don't know if that's something that you're aware of, or if there's some sort of hold regarding his or his wife's ability to get a license plate that you could lift.
Well, Mr. Martin, I will start with the fact that this offense date was March the 5th, 2022, so it was not 2 years ago, not 2 years. I don't know. I'm looking through the file right now. I don't see. I don't see that that is something that the court did. And honestly, sir, I don't, well, Heather's on. I can ask Heather unless Mary Ann, you have some insight as to how that would be. But if this is in fact Mr. Scott's true third, there might be other issues that are affecting his ability to retrieve the.
Is this Gary Scott? Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
And what are we trying to figure out? If this is his true third?
The license plate was
Oh.
confiscated. And the Secretary of State is saying that there's some hold from the court. Is that your understanding, Mr. Martin?
I don't show that we received the license plate information, so I mean, they could have taken it and just not sent it to us since we usually don't get the police reports anymore.
Okay,
I will probably recommend that Mr. Scott and his family follow up with the Secretary of State one more time, and if they have specific, more specific information for the court, I'll provide.
anything else, Mr. Martin?
Nothing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes this matter. Mr. Scott, good luck to you, sir. Have a good afternoon.
Gary, President.
3S4259581 A and B. These are State of Michigan versus Bilal Berry.
Good morning, Judge. My name is Ali Mahmood. My P number is 73076. I represent Mr. Berry. I do have authority to speak on his behalf and accept responsibility to the reduced charge.
Thank you. The court is in receipt of the indication from the prosecutor that your client will be pleading to responsible to impeding traffic and the, I hate when she writes my hair like this, and that the original matter will be dismissed.
There was two charges, the speeding in the construction zone, that's going to be amended or reduced to an impeding traffic. The second charge, the improper lane use, will be dismissed. And we can pay that today.
Thank you. Sir, the court will accept your plea of responsible on behalf of your client to count A, impeding traffic, and dismiss B, the improper lane use. The court will impose fine of $170. You said you can pay it today?
Yes, sir.
It'll take a few moments for this disposition to be placed into the court system. The court staff will let you know when you are able to go downstairs and pay it, okay? Thank you. Have a good day. Ms. Mandernack.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
I am super. How are you?
Good. I was just checking in for Ms. Vaughn Rampin, scheduled for 10:30.
Thank you. I have not seen them yet.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Jadala.
Good morning, Judge Martin.
You're here for Almahia?
Almahia.
Almahia. I'll get you in with Miss Yafufi. Give me one moment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Don't you just have quick fingers?
Well, somebody has to get the courtroom moving along.
I was going to.
Will Mr. Scott get a tether removal order in paper? from this court?
It's not actually an order. We usually just make the indication on the ROA, will sign it, and he should be, that should be sufficient for his purpose.
Okay.
You never feel the need to say there's no relation between the two of us.
You know, I think most people wouldn't jump to that conclusion, but you never know.
I appeared in front of Judge Robinson a lot down at 36 for years, and he would always say no relation, correct? Like, no, there's no relation.
Yeah, well, if people think, do you have a relation, or maybe they think they got lucky through their lawyer. All right, thanks. I'll let them know that the ROA should be enough.
I can give it to you right now.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. At Frank Merck, we could give everyone the tether orders.
Oh.
Feel better sending.
Giving him
a piece of
something.
paper.
So Officer Brooks, I need you to check your schedule. We scheduled an exam on a Monday. I said, I need you to check your schedule. We scheduled an exam on a Monday.
Oh, that's nice. I'll be here.
Will you?
I don't have any days left. I have 1 day. I mean, I have a lot of sick days and account days, but I don't use them. Those are insurance policies. You never know.
How are you, sir? Wonderful. I knew your whole stack would come in at one time.
Yeah.
Maybe your client should try something a little different, but. These are 23L022829 OI, 23L023127 OI, 23L022830 OI, 23L023162 OI, 23L023126 BON, 23L023126 CON, 23L022832 AOI, 23L022832 BON, 23L022833 AOI, 23L022833 BON, 23L027327 OI, and 32L027328 OI. These are all State of Michigan versus Waste Management. Your appearance, please, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sean Powers, on behalf of Bennett Waste Management.
Thank you. Mr. Powers, all of these matters were scheduled for pre-hearing this morning. The court has received the citations back from the prosecutor's office with the indication as follows, that in case that ends 127, your client is pleading responsible to the overweight and will pay a fine of $1,960. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct, Your Honor. I would request some time to pay for each of these.
Mr. Powers, I know we've had this conversation before. What is some time, given the age of these citations and your client's repeated violations of local ordinances?
14 days be acceptable, Your Honor.
14 days is fine, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And then in 830, there is an overweight with a fine of $3,766 with a dismissal of the B citation in this matter. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, 14 days to pay.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
In 126, there's a fine of $1,974 for overweight, and the B and C matters will be dismissed.
Yes, correct, Your Honor.
328, overweight with a fine of $4,110,
That's correct, Your Honor.
14 days to pay.
Thank you.
2832, an overweight with a fine of $4,985 with the dismissal of the equipment violation.
Yes, Your Honor.
2833, overweight fine of $4,415 with the dismissal of the hydraulic leak.
Yes, Your Honor.
14 days to pay. 7327, overweight fine of $1,620.
Yes, Your Honor.
14 days to pay. And then 2829, overweight fine, $4,368 with 14 days to pay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Powers, the court accepts your pleas of responsible on behalf of your client, all of these matters, 14 days to pay. Anything else this morning?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You too. This is 230634 SM, State of Michigan versus Jonathan Riley. Mr. Riley, unmute yourself. Appearances for the record.
Morning, Your
Jonathan
Honor.
Riley.
Josh Hadley. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Riley. Please state your name.
Oh, Jonathan Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Riley. Your Honor, we would waive the formal reading of the arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, and ask that the matter be set for a final pretrial with the complainant to appear.
Thank you. Mr. Hadley, the court does have a signed form from Ms. Yafufi indicating that that is how she wishes to proceed in this matter as well. There is a recommendation from the airport police that Mr. Riley's bond be set at 5,000, 10%. Your comment as to bond, Mr. Hadley?
Your Honor, I would ask for a PR bond. I would argue that that seems excessive based on the facts of this case. Mr. Riley has readily availed himself of court. He has every intention of having me advocate on his behalf. I would request again that a PR bond be issued and that simply a no contact with the alleged victim in this matter be issued.
Mr. Riley, the court will set your bond at 5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. The condition of your bond is that you have no contact with the complainant in this matter, Christian Taylor. Sir, no contact means no contact, no direct contact, no contact through social media, no contact through third persons. If the court receives information that you have made attempts to be in contact with the complainant, it could be viewed as a violation of the terms of your bond. Your bond could be revoked and you could spend the rest of these proceedings in custody. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, a second condition of your bond is that you do not return to the airport Hertz until this matter is resolved or you receive further order from the court. As indicated on the stipulation of the parties, this matter will be set for a final pretrial on September 20th at 9:30 a.m. That will be live in courtroom number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley. The complainant is to appear. Anything else in this matter, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Mr. Riley, good luck to you. September 20th with Judge Oakley. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Mr. Zadala,
Yes, Judge.
were you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
I haven't received anything from Ms. Shafufi's office as of yet. This is 3S4249333SI, State of Michigan versus Habib Alamay.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Richardala, appearing on behalf of Mr. Al Mahia. Your Honor, me and the prosecutor have agreed to a fine amount on the overweight for $1,120. We just asked if this court would consider 30 days to pay.
Mr. Jadala, the court will accept your plea of responsible on behalf of your client to the overweight, assess a fine of $1,120. Your client will have 30 days to pay. Anything else in this matter, sir?
Thank you and your staff, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You too. Mr. Riley, you're free to go, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Mm. Two three VB 02373 SM. This was State of Michigan versus Montez Bellamy, Bellamy. Is there anyone out in the hallway unaccounted for? No. Sammer's case I called while you were, Mr. Jadala's case I called while you were bringing the paperwork. Thank you. Yep. This case was scheduled at 9:15. It's now 10:33 by the court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for this arraignment and pretrial matter will be set for show cause. Yeah.
I just got the written opinion. 13 pages. I don't know if I've read anything with disrespect. It's 2 pages for me to JTC complaint. I'll send you a copy for this one. I'll print a copy of this. It is hysterical. So the judge got caught with me. It might be the attorney, make her objection to that. So you can move 5 days from this malpractice. The judge said, you guys may win this battle, but you're gonna lose the war because I'm in jail for 4 years. He said that the judge, the underlying court tells the opinions with the court about those things. And they this is a threat to future defendants. They bring Judge Mark.
Because here's the thing, what happens is you forget and you think and you say and do things, and then you're stuck with what you say and do.
Transferred 3 months after we pulled off.
then you recall the case and you fix it. You don't leave it out there to take on a life of its own.
You can't fix it because they vacated the sentence and kicked him off the case. That's what I said. There's no plea form, she just wrote it out.
Thank you. This is 3S4260053SI. This is State of Michigan versus Anton Doughton.
Morning, Your Honor. All Young's on behalf of Mr. Doughton.
Good morning, Mr. Young. How are you, sir?
Good.
Today was the day and time set for the pre-hearing in this matter. The court has received from the prosecutor. It appears that you'll be pleading responsible on behalf of your client to the misload and pay a fine of $300. Is that correct, Mr. Youngs?
It is.
And your client needs how long to pay?
How about 2 weeks, Judge? Is that all right?
2 weeks. Absolutely, Mr. Youngs. Anything else?
No, that'll do it.
That concludes this matter. Thank you, sir. Good to see you. Thank you. You can come forward, ma'am. I'm ready to call the case. Good morning. This is 230-580-SM. This is State of Michigan versus Patricia Jan Favors. Your appearances, please.
Good morning. For the record, Mark Payne on behalf of Mrs. Favors to my right.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P number 86771.
State your name for me, please, ma'am.
Patricia Jan Mary Margaret Favors.
Thank you, Ms. Favors. Today is the date and time set for the pretrial in this file. Mr. Mandel, the court does have a signed plea agreement from the parties. Before I accept the plea in this matter, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in that matter. That disclosure being made, do you need to speak to Ms. Favors? Or are you ready to proceed?
Ready to proceed.
Thank you. There is a signed agreement by the parties that Ms. Favors will be pleading no contest as charged to the moving violation causing death. Mr. Mandel, is that your understanding as well?
Correct.
Ms. Favors, please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be tendering a no contest plea to the sole count in this case of a moving violation causing death.
Yes.
And ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything for you to enter the plea of no contest.
No, I haven't.
Thank you. Mr. Mandel, would you like to inquire of your client?
As it relates to the facts or?
However you wish to put the no contest plea on.
Okay. Ms. Favors, for the record, on the date alleged in the incident.
Yes, sir.
Sure. Right, and was that in the township of Van Buren, state of Michigan, county of Wayne?
Yes.
And at that time, were you attempting to make a left into a parking lot?
Yes.
And there was an accident that occurred?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to review all the discovery and the videos in this matter?
Yes.
And you're not contesting what was in the discovery as it relates to fault liability?
Correct.
As it relates to fault liability or the criminal charge in this matter?
Correct.
And you're asking that the judge in this matter review the police report? You accept that as a factual basis in this matter?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mohammed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mandel. Ms. Favors, the court will accept your no contest plea in this matter and will rely on the facts contained in the police report for the factual basis for the plea. As far as sentencing in this matter, Mr. Mandel,
Is the court inclined to sentence right now?
the court's inclined to schedule it for sentencing so that notice may be sent to the decedent's family in case there's a victim impact statement that they wish to make, unless there's any objection.
No objection.
Thank you. I don't control that docket. We can get a date so that Ms. Favors has it before she leaves here today. If you can give us a moment, we'll call Anthony Grant and get a date to have her come back, and the probation department will send notice to the family to see if they wish to be heard.
Very good.
Thank you.
It is.
I
It's
used to
beautiful
live
courtroom.
down here, 18 years ago, I moved up north.
Lucky
and
you.
I have not seen the courthouse, I'm from Belleville, so I've not seen, I've driven by it, but have not been in it. This is gorgeous, I mean, it is absolutely beautiful. What year did they build it?
We've been here 2.5 years now, so it was during COVID where they finished it, but it is beautiful. They did a fantastic job. It's a big step up from next door.
It is beautiful. October 2nd, 2023.
October 2nd?
That's fine. Your
You don't need to check a calendar.
There's a long story behind calendars, cell phones, secretaries, and new offices. October 2nd will work.
October 2nd, I'm sorry, Mary Ann at 8:30.
I will say the Michigan emblem behind, pretty nice also.
Local person, local-ish, cut metal, yeah, a little different. October 2nd at 8:30 a.m. back here in courtroom number 1, probation department will send notice to the Vita family.
In Your Honor, I just want to state on the record for transcript purposes, because it is important that the court know, I know today's not sentencing, but Ms. Favors has been in counseling, pre-counseling. In tears every time she's in my office. She prays for the family on a daily basis in this matter.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mandel, and I understand that. I saw when Ms. Favors walked in the room, she appears to have the weight on her. And we'll do the sentencing on, again, October 2nd at 8:30 a.m. in person unless there's any objection.
No objection.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Mandel?
Nothing.
Thank you. Ms. Favors, good luck to you. I'll see you in a few weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At what time?
Judge, is Rima in the courtroom?
No,
Okay.
she's in her meeting room.
Okay, because I'm putting Mr. Osment in there.
Aw. So did you bring her anything nice to thank her for all of her hard work?
Janine, what are you here for? Ms. Hammoud?
Sorry about that. Wait, did you want me to join your meeting room?
I don't know. What are you here for? Yes, I do, please. And then we can talk. Thank you.
Oh. I don't.
That's why we're trying to, because it doesn't make sense.
Hold on one second. Let me. Mr. Mandel, don't leave just yet. There's something afoot because there's usually, if I saw the paper file, there's a dot next to it and there's no dot. I have no idea. Oh, notice in Tarong attorney. Okay. Is
this the O'Connor?
Oh, Quinn.
Yeah.
It is scheduled for this morning for a pretrial. I don't have it. I have not seen it. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
All
know
contact.
how I got the notice. I'm not the attorney.
I know it says that you are the attorney, but because I don't have the file, I can't see what went wrong in it. I guess that's it. I'll look into it at the end of the docket. Have a good day, sir.
Yeah, I don't know the person.
Okay,
I really don't.
thank you.
Judge, have you handled Eric Kissel yet? Sorry.
Why are you just screaming out in the courtroom? We don't do that in courtroom number one.
I thought you
I
guys
have
were
not. It's
done
still-
talking.
I haven't, but I need your help while Mr. Mandel's leaving. I have not done Kissel, but could you look at, oh, Mary Ann, I'm sorry. The public ROA shows that his information was verified. I don't know who this is.
We, August 30th, they made us. They sent it to 200.
Oh, Quinn? So why was the date left? You know what? Hey, do you
That's
know
why Michelle
it's-
tried coming in and stopping you guys on.
She came in when?
I think
My
she's
door
probably out in
wasn't
the, nope,
opened?
she's probably out in the hallway trying to stop things from
Trying to
happening.
what? Open the door?
Oh, Quinn shouldn't be on the docket.
You have one job to get the docket together. Ms. Hamoud is like, what's going on in courtroom number one?
Especially because she thought her case was already handled from Rima.
On the Kissel matter?
Yep.
No, unless, I'll call it right now, but Rima, I'm sorry, Ms. Shafufi is in with
Sorry.
Mr. Osmond. Mr. Mohammed's not in here. I have defense attorneys and a domestic prosecutor. I'm happy to call the case, and then here's Mr. Hadley and whatever this cadre is at my gate. My officer, unless this courtroom go off the rails after 10 o'clock, I have no idea what's going on this morning.
Blue ball,
Hmm?
blue ball, and that's the one we're calling it.
Ms. Hamoud, I'm gonna put you in the breakout room with Miss Yafufi so that you can figure out what needs to be done, okay?
The case last name was
Thank
Blue
you.
Ball.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
Okay, they just want, they're in, they want to say they carry for a term.
what I need you to ask Fred is for a like Family Feud type board so that when people are matched, it pops up that they're ready to go versus this. He's whispering to me and I don't know what the name is he's pronouncing. Just a little levity. And Mr. Martin, this is not a hallway. If you're ready for your case to be called, I call it. No, you're going into the jury box, I think is what's gonna happen since you're not ready to proceed this morning.
I'm very ready to proceed on this Blue case.
The case that I'm about to call when you're done chatting?
Yes.
Okay, 230579 FD, State of Michigan versus Kelly Bluebaugh. Your appearances, please.
No prosecutor. Good morning, Judge, Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, P 84592, appearing on behalf of Ms. Kelly Bluebaugh, who stands to my left.
Mr. Hadley, if you be so kind, grab Ms. Shafufi.
Yes.
Are you here for Oak Quinn? You're like 20 minutes late. What are you? You're a hand holding Mr. Mandel?
No, Mr. Oak. He's downstairs. I think I'm name of person. It was a case of you again. I recognize you up there.
No, at the podium. Or you or Mr. Mohammed for the blue ball matter. Would you let me finish a case, please? And thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Shafufi, I wasn't trying to upset the order of things, but Mr. Martin is ready. There are two other cases. This is blue ball. We are ready to proceed on if you're.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Yafufi on behalf of the people, P 82800.
And Ms. Bluebois, if you would state your full name.
Today is the day and time set for the PCC. Mr. Martin, how are we proceeding?
We would like to request the exam date today.
Discovery complete, sir.
Yes.
Exam at 8:30.
2:30, that's better.
Thank you.
Discovery complete, live exam on October 25th at 2:30 PM here in courtroom number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Ms. Bluebow?
Nothing, Judge.
Thank you. Ma'am, I will see you back here on the 25th. You have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. This is three S 4250106 SI, State of Michigan versus Loma Trucking.
Ready, Your Honor.
Your appearance, sir?
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Thomas, on behalf of the respondent.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Today was the day and time set for the pre-hearing in this matter. The court has received from the prosecutor indication that you will be pleading responsible on behalf of your client to the overweight and pay a fine of $1,500. Is that correct, sir?
It is, Your Honor.
Sir, the court will accept your plea of responsible on behalf of your client, assess the fine of $1,500. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay?
No, Your Honor. 5 would be fine.
5 days to pay. Anything else, Mr. Thomas?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Mr. Osmond, I'm just waiting for the plea form from the prosecutor's office. So as soon as it comes in, I'll call your matter.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Rambin? This is 2300635 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Lawan Rambin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Patricia Mandernack for the people, P84088. Mr. Rampin is out in the hallway. I can go grab him.
Thank you. So we're not ready.
Jumped the gun.
Well, I saw you, I thought that,
Yeah, me too.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alyssa Segura with the Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of Mr. Rambin, P86432. Mr. Rambin, could you please state your name for the record?
thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I believe that defense will be be asking for an exam, however, I would on briefly.
Bond before we schedule or after?
Whatever pleases the court.
Court takes no preference.
We can do it after.
Okay. Okay. Discovery's complete.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Mandernack is not stuck or confined to the Wednesdays. Is there,
Judge, Wednesdays are best for me because that's when we have a victim advocate.
they are best? We are on, are we done with October 25th?
That's gonna be November 29th.
November 29th at 11:30.
November 29, 2023 at 11:30 a.m. back here in courtroom number 1. Bond is currently set at 150,000 personal. That was set as an out-county arraignment. The argument as to bond.
Yes, Judge. I would just request that I'm not moving to revoke bond at this time. I would just request that the court reiterate the terms of bond to the defendant, specifically regarding the no contact order. Complaining witness indicated to me that she received a call from defendant on 8/26/2023, where defendant told her that he would give her his trailer home, in exchange for her dropping the charges against him.
Mr. Rambin, as indicated, this arraignment was done as an out-county arraignment, which means that you have not previously seen a judge or magistrate assigned to this courthouse. The condition of your bond, as it appears in your pretrial release, is that you have no contact with the complainant, in this case, that being Ms. Antoinette Peters. You just heard what Ms. Mandernack placed on the record regarding contact with Ms. Peter, so I would like to reiterate for you at this time that a condition of your bond is that you have no contact with that person. No contact means no contact, no direct contact, no contact through social media, no contact through third persons. If this court receives another report that you have made efforts to be in contact or communication with the complainant, it could be viewed as a violation of the terms of your bond could be revoked and you could spend the rest of these proceedings in custody. Do you understand? Thank you. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Segura?
Yes, Your Honor, I would just like to, for the matter of bond, he now understands the no contact order. However, he has been in contact with me, informing me that the complaining witness has also been reaching out to him. So I think it's just now a mutual understanding that regardless of who reaches out to who, Mr. Rambin will not, go forth with that communication.
Thank you for that clarification. Anything else on behalf of your client?
Yeah, I would just like to ask for the preliminary examination date, November 29th, at what time?
11:30 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Notice will be mailed to the parties at the addresses we have on file. Anything else, Ms. Segura?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Rambin. I will see you in November. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Judge.
Dylan? Mr. Dylan? 23L023132OI, State of Michigan versus Priority Waste. Your appearance, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alex Dillon, appearing on behalf of Priority Waste.
Mr. Dillon, today was the day and time set for the pre-hearing in this matter. The court has received from the prosecutor the citation with a notice that you will be pleading responsible to overweight on behalf of your client, be assessed a fine of $3,000 that your client will pay within 30 days. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Responsible on behalf of Priority, $3,000 payable within 30 days. That concludes this matter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is 230630 FY State of Michigan versus Jeremy Hollums. No,
He's not.
no, who,
No, this is Antoine Pitts.
thank you, Mr. Pitts. 230612 FY State of Michigan versus Antoine Pitts. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P number 86771.
And good morning, Your Honor. Alyssa Segura with the Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of Mr. Pitts, PH 6432. Mr. Pitts, would you please state your name for the record?
Antoine Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. Pitts. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Ms. Agora, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. I have requested the digital discovery in this matter. The prosecutor is aware, as well as the OIC. I did receive one body cam footage and one dash cam footage. However, there were a multitude of officers at the scene at the time that Mr. Pitts was stopped. Further through the paper discovery, it was indicated that the complaining witness in this case arrived on scene to retrieve her property, which was a motor vehicle. There was a conversation between the complaining witness and the officer. Unfortunately, the paper discovery lacks further information as to what other officers were at the scene. I have reached out to the OIC in the matter to request if there were other body worn camera footages that can be added to evidence.com. We did receive an email, prosecutor and I, indicating that they reached out to their tech, and there is no other body cam footage from this incident, although there were, like I said, a multitude of officers. So at this time, based on the information I was provided, there is no outstanding discovery, but I just wanted to put that on the record that based on body worn camera footage, policies and such, that there should be.
Mr. Mohammed,
Yes, Your Honor.
you don't have to lean down. You're
So,
fine.
Yeah, she did request additional body cam footage. I did reach out to the OIC. The OIC did a check with other officers, and he responded saying that the IT did make a check for additional body cam, and that there is no additional footage that they have found. So, I mean, the people have sent everything that we have, and that's all about what we can do.
Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. Just that there's an incident that was included in the paper discovery regarding this case that is, I'm just hoping that it doesn't get brought up. So if it does at the preliminary examination, I plan on making a motion at that time. But at this point, we are ready to prepare to set this for an exam.
Before we do that, I'm sorry.
Yes.
There's an incident referenced in the paper that would be covered by the video, the non-existent video? Or is this two separate arguments that you're making right now?
Yes, so there is an incident referenced in the paper discovery that happened at a day prior to this incident where the vehicle was taken, and then, Mr. Pitts was found with this vehicle. The complaining witness came to the scene to retrieve that vehicle. I don't want to get into the two specifics of the case, but there were just some statements made that Mr. Pitts overheard the complaining witness tell the officer, and I just don't want there to be something said contrary to that on the stand at the preliminary examination, and us not have the evidence that we are entitled to impeach a witness if that does get brought up.
Statements made on August 14th and not picked up or memorialized on the non-existent video.
Correct.
Okay. And before we schedule the matter for exam, ma'am, I want to disclose to you on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department, doesn't know anything about Mr. Pitt's case, doesn't even know that it's scheduled. That being the case, do you need a moment to speak to him regarding this disclosure? Are you ready to proceed with the scheduling of the exam?
We can schedule it.
That exam date will be November 29, 2023 at 12 noon back here in courtroom number 1 as your live exam.
Sorry, what was that time? 12.
And Not saying that this will happen, ma'am, but what has happened at least one time previous is that video was not available, then became available. So I don't know, Mr. Mohammed, if you want to circle back with Detective Harrison.
I did, Your Honor, and he did reach follow back and just say that he wasn't at the scene, he doesn't have anything. He did a search with the IT people and they checked and they couldn't find anything. But if something does become discoverable and we, attain this video, we will send it to defense. But discovery is a flowing topic, it doesn't.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sure you know.
I say that because we are already scheduling out into November.
Yes.
And I would hate to get a email or Mary Ann get a phone call 2 or 3 days before the exam that we need an adjournment because, something has become magically available at the last moment. But that's just me rambling more than anything else. I will see you back here on November 29th at noon. Anything else, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Pitts?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you for your patience this morning, sir. You have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Your Honor, I will go check the hallway for Jeremy Hollis.
Thank you. This is 3S4242388SI, State of Michigan versus Metro Asphalt. May I have your appearance, please, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, Jeff Osmond on behalf of Metro Asphalt.
Thank you, Mr. Osmond. The court is in receipt of the citation from the prosecutor with the indication that you will be pleading responsible on behalf of your client to the overweight with a fine of $3,150 being assessed. Is that your understanding, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court will accept the plea of responsible on behalf of your client, assess the fine of $3,150. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
Could we have 30 days, please?
30 days to pay. Anything else, Mr. Osmond?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this matter, sir. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. This is 23BL00714SM, State of Michigan versus Eric Kissel. Your appearance, please, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor. Janan Hamoud appearing on behalf of Mr. Kissel.
Ma'am, the court has received from the prosecutor, Ms. Fufi, an indication that this matter will be nolly prosecuted. Do you have any objection to that?
Not at all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. The court will enter that order, ma'am. That concludes the matter. You have a wonderful day.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you to your staff as well.
Mr. Jabolski, do you need to speak to the prosecutor?
No,
You already have. Okay,
I already have. Thank you.
you're welcome.
We always have a use for you. What are you talking about? Actually, you can get that funky smell out of the back hallway. I don't know what that is. Did it smell kind of skunky back there to you this morning? No?
Great to see everybody. Thank you as always. And,
Have a good day, Mr. Hadley.
are you around the council tomorrow?
Today is Wednesday. Why are you asking me Thursday information?
This is my 4 shifts with you guys this week.
I'm stalling because I don't know. No, I am not, sir. I'm here on tomorrow. Actually, do you know we're doing Huron in the morning? I heard that. Okay. As soon as I put it on our calendar, I promptly forgot about it until just now. Thanks, Mr. Hadley. No, you're not. Darkening my doorstep. This is 3S4233178SN, State of Michigan versus Erickson Ogali. Agoli.
Good morning,
Good
Your
morning,
Honor.
Your Honor.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rima Afuf on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Brendan Dabalski appearing on behalf of Erickson Agoli with his permission, Your Honor.
Thank you. This matter was scheduled for a pre-hearing this morning. How are we proceeding?
Judge, people are reducing this to an impeding traffic.
Your Honor, my client would like to avail himself the offer and tender a plea of responsible to that.
The court will accept your plea of responsible on behalf of your client, sir, to impeding traffic, dismissing the original charge. I don't have the citation back yet. Was there any conversation or agreement as to fines in this matter?
There is not, and Your Honor, I don't have a citation either
Oh,
in the file.
do you have a file? Oh, you know
I-
what?
Oh, actually, Judge, I see it right here. It was under a different.
I know.
name. It was under a different name. Sorry, Judge, my mistake. The fine is actually, well, the fine that I have here is for the total cost for the original charge, but since we're reducing it to impeding traffic, I don't see, what it would be now, but the original charge was $300. And we're bringing it into the court right now, Judge.
Thank you. I saw Officer Brooks just go out. Hmm.
In the back of a limousine.
Are you serious? $300 for impeding traffic?
No, $300 was for the original charge, but we're reducing it to impeding traffic. So
I
don't know-
understand, but there's an arrow next to $300 that says pay, and impeding traffic is usually 180, Mr. Dabalski.
I would ask for the $180 fine, Your Honor.
Really?
Shocking that I would ask for a lower fine on behalf of my client. I know.
180, does your client need more than 5 days to pay, sir?
Can he have 2 weeks, Your Honor? I'm going to impress upon him the importance of paying it immediately, but just in case.
14 days to pay, and then Officer Brooks had a question.
Sure.
He seems to be under the impression that you're in a limousine of some sort.
I wish, Your Honor. Far from.
Good to see you, sir. You have a wonderful day.
Judge, always good to see you, and tell Mr. Brooks, even though I didn't see him, it was good to hear from him. So have a great day, everybody. Thank you.
Oh, priority waste. We did that. We have 11015 Grius. Quinn, which was not really a case. I'm sorry?
Always pretty empty.
Well, I'm looking for Barnett and Hallam's. Nope, we did Hallam's. Why is this still here?
Your Honor, if I may, what time was Jeremy Hollins scheduled for?
11:30. I just asked, why do I still have this file? Marianne, you have Hallam's on November 29th at 11:30, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Wait, who did she go out in the hallway to find?
Jeremy Hollins.
No, yeah, we didn't call that. There's something.
Alyssa, you're-
No, it's Rambin is November 29th. She went out in the hallway to find Mr. Hallam's.
Oh, I don't have a Jeremy Hollins on my document.
It was scheduled weird. I didn't either, but I had the paper file.
there a report number, something I can use to pull up the page?
I think it was just misscheduled and then it didn't make your docket.
Judge, am I good to go? Last
No.
person would have been at least 30 minutes ago. And I don't know if they all showed.
Heather, I'd like to thank you for your assistance this morning. You have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you. I will. You too. Enjoy
Bye-bye.
your exams.
I do. Okay. Take your cap off, please. Thank you. There's no one else? There's no one else out there?
No.
Thank you. Oh. There's a box. No worries. Thank you. We'll start with 230630 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Jeremy Hollums.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P number 86771.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alyssa Segura with the Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of Mr. Hollins, 86432. Mr. Hollins is not here today. I have had contact with him. He was present at the first PCC, so I would ask to waive his appearance if the prosecutor does not have an objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
The defendant's appearance is waived. Today being the day and time set for the PCC. Ma'am, how are we proceeding?
I would like to set this for an in-person preliminary examination. I do have, I was just informed that APA Rima did just send me the legal discovery, so we should be all set on that.
That exam date will be November 29th at 12:30. That will be back here in person in courtroom number 1. Anything else on behalf of the people, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Hollins?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. There is 230637 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Emily Barnett.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P number 86771.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alyssa Segura with the Neighborhood Defender Service on behalf of Emily Barnett, P86432. Ms. Barnett, would you please state your name for the record? Emily Barnett.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the PCC in this matter. Ms. Segura, how are we proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor. I have received all of the discovery, so I would ask to set this for an exam.
That live exam date will be November the 29th, 2023 at 1 p.m. And Ms. Barnett, that will be back here in courtroom number 1 with me, live exam November 29th at 1 p.m. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd like to address bond if that's okay with you.
Bond is currently set at $5,000 personal. Mr. Mohammed, what's your argument?
We would like to see if you could add a tether. This defendant is currently awaiting trial for a homicide. And due to the safety of the public and also this charge, which is a reckless driving, we do believe that a tether is necessary for this defendant.
Your Honor, if I may. So Ms. Barnett does have a pending case in Frank Murphy. She just went to Third Circuit Court to address a bond hearing. At that time, a bond was not increased, and that was specifically for that case on that case's docket. As for this charge, she is being charged with identity theft. It is a non-assaultive crime. Ms. Barnett and I have had constant communication. I also have contact with Ms. Barnett's attorney for the homicide. So we would just ask for bond to remain the same. And Ms. Barnett has a job, so she needs to be, able to freely move about to ensure that she, can maintain employment and such.
Your Honor, if I may.
Absolutely.
The reckless driving is in the past, but it did endanger the public, and homicide also does the same. It does endanger the public. For those reasons, we request for a tether to be placed. Thank you.
The other, with respect to the reckless driving, I believe that was back in March, and she was a witness actually for the people on that matter. So she was never charged with that, and in fact, she was helping the people with, getting a conviction for whoever they were trying to proceed. So again, I would just object.
Your Honor, if I
Yes.
may, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
If I may pull up the criminal history report.
I'm looking at it right now.
Then go ahead.
Okay. The Third Circuit case we're referring to has an offense date of April the 14th, 2023. That information was available at the time that the bond was set in this matter, and at the judge sitting on that case has not done anything to increase or alter the bond. This court will not do that in this case. The court will deny the people's request to amend the bond in any way. We will leave it as it is, 5,000 personal. Ms. Barnett has appeared this morning as directed by the court, and the court anticipates that she will return again on November the 29th at 12:30 p.m. Anything else, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Gura?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to address her phone. I apologize, Your Honor. So in this matter, the evidence listed does not include Ms. Barnett's phone. We did receive digital discovery with pictures of text messages that were not on Ms. Barnett's phone. The photos of this phone was not Ms. Barnett's phone. No discovery has been turned over with respect to the phone. So we would ask for the return of her property. At this time, they had this her property for, enough time to, if they were going to search it, could have gotten a search warrant and provided any further discovery on that matter. So we would just ask for her property to be returned.
Have you discussed this with Mr. Mohammed or Ms. Yafufi?
I have not, Your Honor.
Okay. The court is hesitant to order the return of a phone when you're indicating that the records that have been produced for you don't show her phone or.
Correct. There is the list of evidence on the paper discovery. I could pull that up, and it does not list Ms. Barnett's iPhone as one of the pieces of evidence that is going to be used in this case.
But does it list her phone as something that was seized?
Yes, I believe so, Your Honor, and Ms. Barnett can attest that her phone was taken at the time that she was arrested. And then when she was released on her personal bond, she requested for her property to be returned. At that time, she was given some of her property, but her phone was not included in that.
Her phone is not listed as part of what the people will be producing as evidence for purposes of the exam, but Ms. Barnett's position is that they have her phone.
Correct, Your Honor. As far as the evidence, if I could just.
Absolutely.
The evidence listed was a hotel provided user activity log that was using Holodex. And then it's just saying that Holodex is a third party website like Expedia. But that's all that's listed for evidence purposes.
Your Honor, I don't have any knowledge about the phone, but what I can see from the notes is this defendant did, during her identity theft crime, credit cards and photos were sent for proof. And if I'm just gonna guess that it contains evidence of this crime. So for that reason, I object to the return of the phone at this time. I can follow up and see if they did recover any evidence or what they plan on doing with it. But this time, the people do request, or we do object as to the return of the phone, just because it may contain evidence of the crime. And I can follow up on that.
And Your Honor, I would just respond saying that, obviously this happened back in August. If there was evidence on there, then they should have already got a search warrant to search that. Have not been presented with a search warrant. So I would just ask that either, if there was something that was going to happen with this phone, it should have happened already, especially considering we have this digital discovery that was sent, and there were photos of other phones and text messages, and that just did not include Ms. Barnett's.
What makes you think there's not already a search warrant for the phone?
I have not been presented with a search warrant yet, so and I've asked for, all the discovery in the case, and that hasn't been turned over. So I would hope that if there was a search warrant for Ms. Barnett's phone, that, defense counsel would have been presented with that.
And Your Honor, this does serve as a notice, and I will get to it as soon as possible. But like, if there was a request made yesterday or day before, I would have attended to it. So just because of the late notice, we request to just adjourn just this part of her request.
Thank you. Mr. Gura, as Mr. Mohammed advised the court earlier, discovery is an ongoing process. That being the case, it's possible that there's a search warrant that was signed this morning, or even as we've been in session, related to the phone. So the court will deny your request to order the Romulus Police to return the phone as of right now. But Mr. Mohammed has given his word as an officer of the court that he will contact hopefully OIC or the Romulus Police Department to determine the status of Miss Barnett's phone. And if it is not to be used strike that last part. If it's not, if we'll contact the Romulus Police regarding the status of Miss Barnett's phone, and if it is practicable, have that phone returned to her well before that November 29th exam date. If that encapsulates a reasonable resolution of their request. Anything else, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Ms. Barnett?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Ms. Barnett, I'll see you November 29th. Mr. Fufi, unless you see something I don't see, this court will stand in recess until the 12 o'clock exam with Spencer Crucell.
No, I haven't, it is. So here's.
Oh, no, I have those, but I
Okay.
don't have the video.
Okay, so.
I have all that. What's the video showing me I'm actually doing it?
Yes, it shows them busting down the door and they enter.
Yeah, I don't have that video. First I did it, I'm not saying that it wasn't.
I can send you it right now.
I'll have it, so I can just watch it.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
send
pretty
it.
short. I just sent it to her, but. Okay. Okay, so here the door starts to open.
And that's when. No, that's not the video where we lost time. That's the
No,
video
this
we've
is,
been looking for.
yeah, no, this is the video I was looking for, actually.
I didn't even know that. So the other video, I show you on that.
No, I sent it to you. That video shows him taking stuff out. That's the video I was looking for.
I haven't seen it yet. So I think it was on a flash drive.
Yeah. This and the other one, we just saw it together, yeah. The one that showed him going in with the green boxes around him. This I sent to you. The other one.
You said this was me today.
Yes, like
I
20
received-
minutes ago?
I received it.
Yeah, no, I sent it like 20 minutes ago. Okay, that one is there.
I'm not. That's it?
For that one, I
Here's
sent.
what's
What's this one? Yes. I'm doing 6 other dockets, like districts.
You just Detroit?
Not really, I'm there tomorrow. No, I think it's the one we just watched too.
Well, there's three grocery stores. And we have, and all those photos of the items. Everything that's set in discovery. But I don't know if you had it in color, or what I sent yesterday.
I got it. I did open this.
Yeah. And also medication is home.
Some blue, which city was?
I think it was the marijuana.
Oh, the marijuana girl stuff, lights and stuff, cause she's like over on being. That's it?
It is, it was over 6 grand. That mentioned.
I think that's a business we should get into. There you go.
But I believe it,
I seen it, Bill.
you know, this is
Maybe,
professional.
down.
Yeah, those are two additional cards. Yeah, just. I don't, and I've seen that, I saw that last week.
Who was the
Carrie 10 years, I believe. Okay. Oh, no. Yeah. Yeah.
How's this for defense? It was a rental car, I just didn't know. When I touched the gas, it's much faster than my own fuel. Does that work?
Oh, yeah.
Did you buy that? My speeding ticket was a rental car and I pushed the gas and it accelerated much faster than what I'm used to. Do you think that would work?
Before, my part, my dad, and that's in school.
Because I drive a Buick. Which I'm not,
How long have you been driving?
I always drive Buicks. So this last Buick is 2014, but it's in great shape.
And in the car that.
It was like some zippy. It was like a little zippy car. That was on the shirt. Hyundai or something.
Yeah, those are the ones that take up. That's from my mom's van. One time I took my mom.
All right. For this correspondence session, you have always Martin presenting.
You may be seated. These are 230299 FY and 230441 FY, State of Michigan versus Spencer Crucell. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mohammed on behalf of the people, P number 86771.
And good afternoon. If it may please report, Sarah Robinson, P63181 for Mr. Spencer Crucell on both matters. Young man, please state your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. Spencer Crusoe.
Good afternoon, sir. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination in both of these matters. In the 299 case, there is count one, possession of controlled substance analogs. And in 230441 FY, there is one count, home invasion, second degree. Are the people ready to proceed in these matters?
We are, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed? Your Honor, we'll be waiving both exams. Thank you. Mr. Crucell, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in these matters will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss both of your cases with Ms. Robinson. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties. You have to say it. Thank you. Sir, you also understand that you have an absolute right to have preliminary examinations in both of these cases where the prosecution would have to show that both a crime had been committed and probable cause exists to believe that you were involved in the commission of those crimes.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having a conversation with Ms. Robinson, is your intention this afternoon to waive your right to have those exams?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're doing that freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to waive? I've passed the files down to Ms. Robinson and I'll stop talking because she'll sign and you'll sign indicating that you wish to waive these exams.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Crucell, inasmuch as you have had the opportunity to have conversation with Ms. Robinson, the court will find that your waiver of these exams have been freely and voluntarily given. The files have been passed to Mr. Mohammed, the assisting prosecuting attorney, for him to also sign that he has no objection to the waiver of these exams. Once the files are returned to me, I will sign. You will be bound over in both cases as charged, and your next appearance date will be 2 weeks from today on September the 27th, 2023 at 9 a.m. down at the Frank Murphy Hall of Justice. You will have what is called an arraignment on the information. The court has both files back. They are signed by both Ms. Robinson, Mr. Crucell, and the prosecutor. The court will again countersign these. Mr. Crucell will be bound over as charged in both cases. Next appearance date, the arraignment on the information on September the 27th at 9 a.m. The previously entered bond with any of its conditions and restrictions will continue. Anything else on behalf of the people?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Robinson, on behalf of the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm asking the court to remove the tether at this time. The tether was placed on Mr. Purcell as a condition of his bond. This case, I represent Mr. Purcell on a pending felony matter before pending at the Frank Murphy Hall Third Circuit Court. During the pendency of this case, Mr. Purcell has always appeared at court. I've always had contact with him and his family. His uncle is actually in the courtroom today for family moral support. Well, one day when he was taking care of a outstanding traffic matter in the Lincoln Park District Court, he was informed, he walked in voluntarily, and he was informed that there were warrants in your court, Your Honor. And these are older cases. He did not know that there was a warrant. And he's come to court voluntarily today. He's out of custody. He works at Asphalt Coal. He lives in Wayne County. He has strong ties to community, evidenced by his family support here. And I've been his attorney for a long time. He has been
Mr. Mohammed.
Your Honor, the people would object to any modification. I'm pulling up the criminal history right now, but I believe there was a capious history. Also, when he was pulled over for this incident, not the same that Madam Attorney mentioned, but for this incident, he was arrested for warrants also. So there is a history of not appearing. So for that reason, the people object. Thank you.
I'm sorry, the history of failing to appear is where, Mr. Mohammed?
I'm pulling it up right now.
Thank you.
The only times I've missed court is because I was incarcerated.
Mr. Mohammed, you do not have to pull that up. Ms. Robinson, the court will deny your request to remove the GPS tether at this time. The court has located the bond recommendation from the law enforcement, and their indication at that time, they requested no bond based on the fact that Mr. Griselle had outstanding warrants based on multiple failures to appear. He had a lack of a permanent residence, the seriousness of the offense, and the prior incidents with the same complainant or victim. The police department lists that as 25. The court has some concerns about public safety. And although I note the appearance of Mr. Griselle's family member this afternoon to support him in these proceedings, based on the number of interactions that have happened between Mr. Griselle and the complainant in this case, the court again will deny your request to remove the GPS tether, leave all other conditions of his bond in place. Is there anything else, Mr. Mohammed?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Robinson? Thank you. Good luck to you, sir. You have a great afternoon, okay? Take care, sir.
Judge, is
Sir?
there any feedback you have for me? Things I need to work on?
Mm-mm.
Am I doing okay?
Yes, you are. If you weren't, trust me, you would know. I would have already heard whispers from somewhere, but you're doing a great job in supporting Ms. Yufufi.
Of course, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fulmar. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm well. How are you? Is
I'm
this
good, thank you.
Oh, my,
Have you already spoken with Rima?
yes,
Okay, and you're all set?
yes, we are.
Okay, I'll let her know.
Okay, thank you.
Is
I
your-
think my,
Yeah, I was just gonna ask you, is your client,
yeah, she's just waiting to be let in.
oh, is she under LaShonda Owen?
It's no telling.
Let's, all right, let's see. Where's that one?
Mhm. Does your screen say LaShonda Owen?
Yeah, that's who I just,
Yes, that's her.
let in. That's her.
Okay,
Oh,
thanks.
all right,
Okay.
I'll let, Judge Rima know.
All right, bye.
Ms. Fulmer?
Yes, hi, good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is, Ms. Salters has a preliminary examination scheduled in person this afternoon, and I will call that case in just a moment. But Ms. Fulmer, I want to take care of two other preliminary matters as it relates to Ms. Salters. There are 23 VB 02336 B and C. I understand you don't represent her in these matters. They're Van Buren Township versus Salters. They're civil infractions that are showing as being in warrant status, and they should not be. Ms. Salters, this relates to some incidents that happened on July 25th, 2023 in Van Buren Township, where you had no proof of insurance or registration and plate violation. Those cases are in default. They should not be in warrant status.
I'd ask
So,
the
Ms.
court to
Salters,
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to interrupt, Your Honor. I was going to ask to recall the warrants on those.
That's exactly, thank you, Ms. Fulmer. The court is recalling the warrants. And Ms. Salter, I'm sorry, yes, Ms. Salters, the court is directing you to contact the court's collections department. You are able to come in person, call, or go online to the court's website and request a payment plan. These, again, are for a registration or plate violation, no proof of insurance. They are civil infractions. So it's just a matter of setting payment plans.
Okay. I have insurance though. And I got the tags on the car and the plate. So I just call and let them know.
I'm not sure what happened when you encountered law enforcement on July the 25th, but that's what the citations were for. And you did not contact the court within the time prescribed on the ticket, but we've lifted those warrants. And then on the second case was 2203080 OM. This is a City of Romulus case where looks like April 21st, 2022, you encountered the Romulus police and you were issued for interfering with police. It's a misdemeanor where you had a court date and you failed to appear. That case is in warrant status, Ms. Salters.
I have appeared to everyone the last of my court days.
Ma'am, I understand. There might have been some confusion. I know there were a few cases that were going on at the same time. What the court will do in this Romulus misdemeanor matter is recall the warrant, place you on a personal bond, 1,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but what you must do is appear for court by Zoom on October 5th at 9:50 a.m. Court staff will mail notice. Court staff will mail notice to you at the address that you previously confirmed.
At 9:50 a.m. in the
Ms.
morning.
Fulmer, I'm sorry. I just wanted to get those preliminaries out of the way so that these warrants could be lifted and Ms.
I
Salters
appreciate
was
that, Judge.
not.
Thank you very much. I thought that City of Romulus matter may have been part and parcel of the other matter that we're here for, the felony, but not.
Well, the fact that it's in warrant status, and it's, oh. It was the same day, but it's issued as a freestanding case. Was that resolved as part of the plea? It's not listed in the plea from Ms. Yafufi's office.
Okay, I will have to get with her because I thought that was part of everything that we were dealing with for that one day, Judge.
She's in the courtroom, Ms. Fulmer. I'll call the case formally in just 1 second, but I want her to have the opportunity.
Judge, what was the question? My file only shows the 2 counts of the RMA.
I understand that. The issue is that there is a interfering with police, City of Romulus Police Department. It has the same offense date as the felony matter, and Ms. Fulmer was under the impression that the cases were part and parcel of the same thing and should be disposed of at the same time.
Okay, we can do that.
We can do that, okay. That being the case, this is 220307 FY. This is State of Michigan versus Salters. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Rima Afuf on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, Allison Fulmer, P 60236, appearing on behalf of Sade Salters. Please state your name for the record, Ms. Salters.
Sade Salters.
Thank you, Ms. Salters. This case was scheduled for in-person preliminary examination this afternoon at 2:30. There are 2 counts of assaulting, resisting, obstructing a police officer. This court has received from Madam Prosecutor a deferred or delayed sentence agreement wherein Ms. Salters will plead guilty to the added count of being a disorderly person pursuant to 771.1, and the 2 felony counts would be dismissed. Ms. Fulmer, is that your understanding?
Yes, along with the city matter, Your Honor, interfering.
No objection.
Okay. Ms. Salters, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Ms. Fulmer about the charges you face,
Yes.
and it's your intention this afternoon to enter a plea of guilty to the added count of being a disorderly person.
Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
May we do a no contest plea, Ms. Ufufi?
Any objection?
No objection to no contest.
Okay,
Your Honor.
insufficient
you.
recollection on that date.
Thank you. Ms. Salters, do you understand that if the court accepts your plea this afternoon, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything in this matter?
No.
And Ms. Salters, you have insufficient memory of the events of April 21st, 2022 to put the facts of the matter on the court record?
Yes.
And ma'am, for that reason, are you satisfied if the court relies on the police report for a factual basis for your disorderly person plea?
Yes.
Ms. Fulmer, would you like to inquire any further of your client?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Yafufi?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this is also supposed to be under 771.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So the ancillary misdemeanor matter, the warrants recalled and the case is dismissed. The court accepts the plea, the no contest plea, and the felony matter that was scheduled for this afternoon. And again, Ms. Salters, the plea is being taken pursuant to 771.1. Was there any conversation regarding the length of the deferral, Ms. Yafufi?
No, Your Honor, I'll leave that to the court's discretion.
Ms. Fulmer, any allocution you'd like to make on behalf of your client?
Just very briefly, Your Honor, my client is, she suffers, but with mental health, concerns. She is, compliant, currently, and she has been compliant with medication. She I think has disability right now. And so she's unable to work, but her mom is very involved in the church, and she does help her mom in her church. And that's where she gets in her value to our community through service to her church, because she certainly does. I don't want to say work at the church. She doesn't work at the church, but she assists her mom with things at their church that she can do. Is that correct, Ms. Salters?
Yes, ma'am.
I would ask the court, Your Honor, to consider a 1-year deferred sentence with a review, obviously, after 6 months. Ms. Salters doesn't have any drug problem. I believe she has a medical marijuana card. Is that correct, Ms. Salters?
Yes.
Okay. And so, but she has no drug problem, drug history. If she were not physically disabled, she'd be a lot more mobile. But I would ask the court if it could even consider a 6-month delayed sentence reviewable after 3 months. This case has been going on for quite a while, Your Honor, and part of the reason why is just making sure that my client is in a mental health space where she can be helpful to me as her counsel. But she has made every single court date. There's been no problems at all whatsoever. We wanted to get a second opinion because this issue had been raised previously, but she certainly does have a history of being able to, once given the opportunity, being compliant with all terms and conditions of the court as set forth because she's compliant with her medication. And I just don't.
Any comment? I'm sorry.
I was just going to say that I don't think there's really anything more that probation can offer her. This was a isolated situation where medications were not in its full usage as it should have been. But she's been compliant. When she's compliant, she certainly can live a regular, normal life, which she's been doing, drug-free, crime-free, and being a benefit to the community, Judge. I'd ask the court to take those things into consideration.
Any comment, Ms. Yafufi?
No comment, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Salters will be placed on 6 months of non-reporting probation pursuant to 771.1. Ms. Salters, the court will impose costs of $200 in its entirety. There are no other conditions that will be placed on you. So long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan, the court will administratively review the matter for dismissal at the conclusion of those 6 months, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And please contact the court's collection department to take care of the civil infractions from July of this year from Van Buren Township. Anything else, Ms. Yafufi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Fulmer?
Nothing further from defense, Your Honor. Thank you very much. And thank
Thank
you, Fufi. I greatly appreciate everything.
Thank you, ma'am. Good luck to you, Ms. Salters. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Have a blessed one, you
Judge.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Farmer.
You're welcome.
Sorry for the dispo nightmare that is.
They have 7 minutes, right?
We don't anticipate anyone showing up to this.
But Mr. Martin is here. If Mr. Martin's here, that means that there's a client not far behind him, right?
Right. No, the client's here, right?
He's here. She's just waiting for a witness.
I meant, I don't anticipate witnesses to show up.
Mr. Ellis.
Yes.
See anyone out there? We need both.
Yeah, and
State
I
trooper
was
and
trying
someone from the
to,
phone.
right, I was trying to call them. They don't answer their phone, so. And they were subpoenaed.
What was lunch? Hot Pockets and old donuts or what?
Actually, we had Phoenix and something.
Okay.
How long do you want to get it?
It's 15 after the hour, 15 minutes after scheduled start time, so I'll be back out in 6 minutes.
See you soon.
Thank you. It's Carrie Martin right there. Nope, send him in, please. Thanks, bye. Is the 1:30 looking any better?
No. Nobody showed up.
Two three zero five zero one FY, State of Michigan versus Alonzo Ellis. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Remind proof on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Judge Martin. Good afternoon to your officer. Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, 84592, appearing on behalf of Mr. Alonzo Ellis. State your full name.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination. This matter is count one, carrying concealed weapon. Are the people prepared to proceed?
Judge, people are unable to proceed. The necessary officers, state trooper and another witness did not show up to the courthouse today.
I didn't call you because I'm sorry. I knew you were doing.
We would, of course, dismiss.
Thank you. People being unable to proceed, not having the necessary witnesses, defense motion to dismiss is granted. This case is dismissed without prejudice. Anything else on behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else on behalf of the defendant?
Judge.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Mr. Ellis, you're free to go. You have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Checking that he didn't post it.
No, it's 5,000 personal. Thanks.
Thank you, Judge. See you next time.
See you next time. That's why I didn't call you. I knew it was still running. 1:30 is not looking any better, so 1:45? Yeah, well, that's Arnie Chambers. That's the only one we have left, the 1:30. Roy Abernathy.
By himself, you know, no point.
Okay. See you next time.
How are you? Good.
Oh,
That's it, Mr. Chambers.
I thought. Yeah, okay, well, he left. He does full time, we have to just do it. We'll see what happens.
I'll see you at 1:45 unless
Okay.
Ken comes and gets me sooner. Thanks.
Here's your claim. That's it.
That exam was set for 1:30, right?
too, because I wouldn't want mosquitoes. He's coming? All right. Perfect. Hopefully no one shows up.
No. No, not Salters, the fleeing CCW case. The one that you were trying to contact, the officer in charge and exactly, Abernathy. It's fine, I'm gonna handle it, don't worry about it. No, it's fine, I got it, don't worry about it. No, you're fine, I got it. All right, bye. What? Oh, you never been here? You always went to the old one? Oh, this building. Couple years? Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, it's been like 3 years, I think they said. So he's never set for 1:30, huh?
It was.
No officers are here. Cause she gives witnesses and defendants 15 minutes.
I mean, until I had a roll call or run on, so we see.
15 minutes. Yeah. I have no idea. He doesn't answer his phone. Ever. Ever.
Didn't you hear Mom? He asked me, he goes, I've been calling you, when I'm off, I'm off. Okay.
I bet she didn't want to hear that.
Subpoenas. 1:30. It's okay. This was one I wasn't too happy about anyway. I'm ready, but the judge is gonna wait. I think you should go there at 1:42, 3 minutes to take the bench. Okay.
230544FY, State of Michigan versus Roy Abernathy. May I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Rima Yakub on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Artie Chambers, on behalf of Mr. Abernathy, number 63956, Mr. Abernathy, stands to my right. Roy Abernathy.
Thank you, Mr. Abernathy. Today is the day and time set for the preliminary examination in this matter. There is count 1, fleeing police officer, 4th degree, count 2, felony firearm. Are the people prepared to proceed this afternoon?
Judge, at this time, the people are unable to proceed. The officers did not check into the courthouse.
Move for dismissal, Judge.
This case having been scheduled at 1:30, it now being 1:43 by the court's clock, people being unable to proceed. The defense motion to dismiss this matter is granted. The dismissal is without prejudice. Bond in this matter have been personal. Anything else, Ms. Yafufi?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Chambers?
Yeah, just not necessarily for the record, but may I have a copy of the ROA? Email it to me or print it out? I go downstairs for that?
Yeah, if you give me 5 minutes.
I got more than enough time.
Okay.
You can be on your way, sir.
That concludes this matter. Mr. Abernathy, good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Yafufi. That concludes this court's docket for the day. We stand adjourned.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome, sir.